Interruption. I work at a hotel overnight doing night audit, which gives me a lot of time to work on these projects. And sometimes a guest comes up and I need to run off or deliver stuff to rooms or something. But in between, I get to do game development. So I've already attached like the basic behaviors, the switching out two buttons, but right now all I have are my long station buttons. I haven't imported the graphics that I need for the smaller, my smaller buttons here, so I'm gonna work on those here. Let me see, I gotta find my pressed button template. That's kind of an older one. What I want to do is find one of my newer buttons. I want to find. I've got a whole bunch of buttons that I've saved as templates, like the square button, basic square button. The size of this is supposed to be 64 by 32. I've got my palettes stored. I actually didn't save the pressed version. Very silly of me to not do that, but I use this inlay gradient here, and that's red when I don't want it to be red. I want it to be black. Turn off my glass, and actually let's make that the other dark blue, and this one the lighter blue. That gives me a pushed sort of a flat, ugly button appearance, but I think that's what I've been rendering out. So for now, I'm going to save that as my pressed palette template and export this little button. It should be here. Gosh. Square, blue, borderless, pressed. Boop. Okay, so I can go back to my sprites editor here, and we will actually go down to where the other buttons are. They're in the docking buttons section. I don't want these to be in this folder, but I'll deal with that later. So for now, I'm going to make a couple copies of that because we have to create the highlighted button, the active button, and the pressed button. This one I'm going to change to normal because I imported that ages ago and forgot to rename it, and then we just need one more disabled. We have highlight, pressed, disabled, normal, and active. And the active is going to be this green one, square green borderless. And when I export, they come with this silly line around the outsides that I have to get rid of. So clear that out, save it. Making sure that it's set to overlay. It'll look exactly the same in every single view here. And don't need any lighting, but it actually isn't important really. But I'll set it to disabled usually in most cases for things like interface elements. They don't need any lighting settings. But also, in case I ever use them somewhere else, I don't want them to be affected by lighting. So I've got my active button, I've got my normal button. Now this one is our disabled button, so I'm going to import the gray borderless and clear that background line. Now back to the pressed. I'm going to import that square blue pressed button, and I believe it also gets a weird little gray border. Don't want that border. Clear that out. Button shadow and button highlight. The last one is a blue square and also has that stupid line. Alright, so now we have all of our buttons here, and I think where is docking orbit? I don't even think I've made a folder for the station yet. So let's go ahead and minimize most of these. I think I can get rid of this. Silly. Arrow, delete. Alright, now I need a folder. Wait, no, that's right here. Docking station. I'm just dumb. These are in the correct folder. I'm just not fully awake. So I'm gonna swap these out. These are correct, and I want the behavior to match the behavior of my normal station return buttons, which are over here. Oh my gosh, I do that all the time. Click on things by their names over here, but sometimes I just want to do it this way, and I'll click the wrong interface element. So we want, whenever the button is pressed, first thing I need to do is associate these together. So since this is the return button, I want to associate it here with return. This is the market button. Oops, I want to associate that with market. And the barter button I want to associate with barter. And what that does is makes it so that the whole button, not just the text here, which is really hard to click on sometimes, but associating these two together means that you can click the whole square area of that and it will trigger the text that is associated to, or the button that is associated to. So it'll trigger these as if it's the same field. That's how you make buttons most of the time. I don't actually need to test anything right now. I don't know what I'm doing that for. And there I go again, clicking the wrong. Let's just click return here. And I will pop in here. This can actually finally be changed to the correct pressed button. Here in docking station, I now have my button pressed. Da-da-da. And I can copy that now, scooch it over here, and put it in the market button. I don't need these. We'll put this one in the barter button, get rid of these two here, and now we should get a button press. There's no returning to the normal button because I haven't put that in there, but at least it should press. Now, docking in the station.
Docking.
Okay, so now we have 3 buttons here. This one is returning the wrong pressed button. The other 2 aren't selectable yet, I don't think. I do have them selectable, they just don't actually do anything yet. So the return button is, this one should be set to the, am I clicking on market? I think, yeah. And barter, this one should be set to change the barter button. Bleep. Barter button. And instead of that, it should be the docking station pressed button. Double check the market field here. Back, docking station pressed button. I think something got reset there when I changed the button name. Not activated. It should be... I know what I did wrong here. At one point I ended up with two sets of sprites that are the same name. These are station button, and the ones here in docking station are also station button. So I need these to be different. These will be overlay buttons, because the interfaces they will be on are overlays. And we'll change each of these to overlay. Highlight it, press tab, hit space, shift tab, back, overlay. That might make things quicker for you. Tab, space, shift tab. But once you highlight something, do a space there, shift tab back, and you can type it in, covering up what was there before. Alright, now we have all these different named buttons. And 0 viewers. Well, this will be recorded for anybody who's interested at least. So now I've got these three set up correctly. Let's try that again. Make sure they all press. You don't have to test your game as often as I do sometimes, but it's usually good to take a peek after almost everything you do, just in case, because you'll be adding things on top of other things on top of other things. So we have a return button, market button, barter button, and they're all currently, as I set up earlier, they're referring to the station buttons instead of the overlay buttons. So we want to come back in here, change this to the docking station overlay button. And we can just quickly go through these three here. Interface, station, docking station, overlay button. We'll come back in here, change this one. Docking station pressed. Okay, okay. So now they won't turn into a weird, funky oval. Okay, so now we can save that. Back over here, we want the mouse up, mouse touch up trigger. This will fire whenever the mouse cursor is let go, or mouse button is let go. So if you let go of the button, you want it to go back to normal. But the thing about the mouse up is it's likely your mouse cursor is going to be on the button, so you want it to turn back to the highlighted state, because if your mouse cursor moves over, the normal behavior is mouse over the button turns highlighted blue or whatever color gets selected, and so we want it to turn back into the highlighted. I forgot to save that one correctly. Return button. Gotta go back up into my sprite editor here. Change that so that the two match. You always want those. You don't always need them to match, but you want the scripting ID to be correct. So we've got our mouse up, mouse touch up, which will restore the button to its normal. Button, sprite, highlight, UI, get rid of that. Station overlay, there we go. I don't know why I spelled sprite like that. Sprigget. Okay. And with that, technically I can just copy and paste that over in the other ones. Copy. The only thing I have to do is change the field name that's being changed. Instead of the return button, we want it to be the market button. This one here. Scooch the... And for this one, we want it to be the barter button. Paste. Scooch over here. Barter button. Da, da, da. Alright, so now we should have 3 buttons with pressed and released animation. Dock from a million miles away.
Docking.
Okay, now our barter button. Something is amiss. As always. So mouse touch up should change it back to overlay highlight, and for some reason I had it set to the pressed. Smart. Just don't do everything I do, but you know, I like those lines when they're straight, perfectly aligned. They don't have to be. They don't ever have to be. Mouse touch up. Overlay button. Highlight. Da -da -da -da. I should change those names again so that the word button is included, but at the moment it's not super important. Some stuff is falling over next to me. Grab a drink here. Jump back in here. Hop into the station, dock into the station, jump into the trading post. Now our buttons, since I haven't set up the highlight behavior, they are behaving correctly. And they'll notice that if you hold down the mouse button and don't have the cursor over the button, it remains pressed. That is fixed once we add the next part. So you can actually get them all to get stuck down. So the next level of button we want from this one. The mouse touch leave action trigger, whichever. Mouse touch leave. This trigger is fired whenever the mouse cursor leaves the field. So this is what's going to fix that issue. We actually can leave all this in here. This is incorrect. Return field. And then we want this one here to be the button that's on the trading post. We actually want to do an interface this. Since we're going to move these buttons, we wanted to check the interface that they're currently on, but we want it to be the return button. And instead of the context button here, we do want this station button again, which will be the overlay button disabled. I don't know why. I named all the rest button and I named that one highlight. I will fix that shortly. Overlay button disabled. Or overlay button normal. Also want that to be the return button for this menu. And station button, overlay button normal. And then turn the shadow back on. go ahead and copy that so we can put it in the other buttons. In this case, it's going to be the market button instead of the return button. Market button. Okay, okay. One more time for the barter button. Paste. Change that guy here to the barter button. Change this one here to the barter button. Straighten up my little guy there. Alright, there's one more behavior, and that is the highlighting behavior. Go ahead and take it from this field instead. Mouse touch enter. This trigger happens when the mouse goes into the field, or enters the field. Basically the opposite of the leave, and these two are crucial for mouse over stuff, highlighting, hovering, tooltips, etc. Change this here to return to the main or central station hub. Copy that, press OK. And the enter is a highlight button, so we actually want to change that to return button on this interface because we want it to be the interface that this button is currently on. It doesn't matter what name it is, we just want it to know that the button, whatever interface that button is on. And then we'll go over here to the docking station and we want it to highlight the button. Before I get too far into this, I kind of want to fix that button name. Overlay space button underscore highlight. In some cases, the name will get updated throughout scripts and objects that it's being used in. In other cases, it does not. So take a look here. You'll see that the sprite is now broken since it's not overlay button highlight. So we want to change that to button highlight. Now you'll see that it's fixed again. This is correct. It's not in quotes. It's not broken. Problem is, I also have to fix that with several other spots because I forgot to fix the name of the button first. So back into the market and barter buttons. In our mouse touch up, change this broken one here to button highlight. I'll fix that one. And back over here again in the touch up trigger, overlay button highlight. Da, da, da. Now we can go back here to the return button. Everything looks like it's in place. There's one more thing. We can copy this mouse over tooltip and put it back into, I think it's in the down. Down, get rid of it. Touch up brings it back. Oh, no, it doesn't. It must be the... Oh, I don't have these set up that way. So never mind. Okay, I'll figure that out later. There's a way that I have multiple tooltips set up. So currently I can just copy paste that over here. Come on. Copy paste my entry, enter. We want this one to change the head to the station trade market. We want this one to be the market button. And this last one will be the barter button. I'll leave that one run as it is. I think I have some pre-made descriptions that I have set up somewhere in my old project. I'll have to copy those over. We'll just go ahead and use some temporary filler tooltips for that. Give it a test. Alright, docking at our station now.
Docking.
The text just fills out, and you click and it'll fill out all the way. Go to the trading post. Now we have a button that highlights, 3 buttons that highlight, buttons that pop back up when you press them or when you move your mouse off of them. So all the correct behaviors, they stay highlighted if the mouse cursor's on them. They lose the highlight if you move the mouse cursor out. These are, at least in my opinion, the ideal little buttons. I have not added those behaviors to the trading post or request board. I haven't added anything to these buttons except the highlight. But these ones will also turn green. This will turn green when the trading post is activated. The others will be disabled until you return to the station hub. I have thought about maybe letting it be so you can travel between the sections without disabling the buttons, and there'd be no reason for this cool little return button. Let me get back out of this. Okay, so now that we have that behavior in place, we want to put those buttons on their own little overlay. And the way to do this, fun, is to copy the coordinates first. Copy the coordinates for each field before cutting the field from the interface. Then we'll go back over here. Yes, we want to save because we don't want that there anymore, and we'll just plop that down here. Actually, I don't even think I needed to do that. We can leave the button shadows where they are. Excuse me. Usually you want to turn off the snapping because it will auto adjust if you have snapping on. So we'll put these coordinates in there. That'll put that right back where it was, only on top of the barter button. And what we'll do is we'll just cut the barter button, save this interface, put it in here, turn off the snapping, jump back into the field, and paste those coordinates. So that will put the button right where we wanted it. Yes, we would like to save the changes, and we would like to swipe the barter label. You can paste that in and just literally do the same thing to get it right back where it's supposed to be. And I'm going to do that just a couple more times here. Get the remaining buttons, the market button and the labels and all that. And we'll put them all on their own interface. We want to keep similar selectable fields on the same interface, because anything else that is selectable will just override and take your selector away. But I'm not using a selector. I just like to do it like this with every interface, in case I want to modify anything later, or if I need to do some selector work or whatever. You don't have to do it. It's convenient. It makes things work better, in my opinion. So we'll go ahead and copy that coordinate, and we will steal the button, save it without the button, paste that guy here. Good lord. Drop that in. Turn buttons where it's supposed to be. Went to the wrong menu. And grab the return label. I think I've got everything that I need. And turn off the snapping. Everything is neatly labeled. And now we can get into how this one will work. When you when you click on the button here, the Trading Post button, what it's going to do is display the Trading Post menu as an overlay. And what the overlay is going to do is block everything else behind it. When we're in the Trading Post menu, however, as soon as this one launches, this is kind of like a cascading chain of interface entered triggers, which each time when the interface is first opened, it will run through whatever is in this script. So we can put something else in here like when the interface is entered, show the buttons. So we want to show hide interface. Now we want it to show the Trading Post button. But in this case, we want them to be in parallel, because anything that is on the Trading Post interface, if we set the buttons to overlay, you will no longer be able to interact with anything on the Trading Post screen. So we want them to be parallel. That will keep these buttons on top of everything, working alongside the selectable frames back on the actual Trading Post screen instead of the button screen. So turning on the Trading Post buttons. Turn on the buttons. I just put comments in everything because it's helpful. And so we'll go back, take a peek at this menu here. As soon as you enter the Trading Post, that should trigger these three buttons to appear as an overlay, and we'll go ahead and give that a quick look, make sure that worked right. Loading, 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 distributing wares, populating. It's not actually populating anything, there's nothing populated yet. But that's a fun little loading screen, I think. I'll need to do some more work on the loading screen because at the moment it's a little bit boring, but that'll come way later. Into the Trading Post. You can see that this field is fully selectable. It has the cursor. Whenever it's highlighted, you can see the mouse cursor turn to the crosshair. Our return button takes us right back. Oh, I forgot to change the sprite to this. So it has to refer to this interface and not a specific interface because I move the buttons around. So when I move the buttons around, I want it to check the new interface that it's on, not the old one. So what you can do, if you ever encounter this red field here, you can actually just change it to this, and it will fix it. I don't remember if I don't think I have the activated trigger. Yeah, I don't have an activated trigger set up for the rest. So this one's going to do the same thing. I got to fix that, change it to this, and for the barter button, there we go. Change to this. Now the other way to fix this, it's literally just backspace out of it and you can reselect the field, but if you know that you just need it to be referring to the interface the buttons are on, just change it to this and it will fix the event. I'm pretty sure that's the only, I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the only incidences where that's referring to the old interface is going to be a problem. So we'll pull this one back up again, pull the demo up, get right back into it, dock from 1,000 feet away, head to the Trading Post. Now our return button closes itself. So that's another behavior that we have to add. When you are in the Trading Post, currently the return button, when you activate it, it is firing this, turn off this interface. What we want this to do instead is run a cancel interface. And the cancel interface, I'll show you in a second. Cancel this interface. We'll cut that. Cancel interface. When you run the cancel interface event, this is convenient in a number of ways. Back here in the interface properties, there's a little trigger called player canceled. It will be triggered when the cancel interface is fired. This is interesting because you can use cancel interface from all over the place and have it specifically cancel any interface, and it will run that canceled interface trigger of this specific interface. So if I want to just cancel the buttons or run the cancel script for the buttons here, I can call the cancel interface from anywhere else. Cancel trading post buttons. But in this case, I just want this return button here to cancel the buttons. What it's going to do is we want it to show and hide, or use this trigger event to show hide interface. We want it to turn off this, and we also want it to cancel the trading posts. Now you don't have to do it like this. This is just the way that I'm setting this up. It'll cancel itself, which will trigger the cancel interface here. And when the player cancels the trading post interface, we want it to show hide, turn this one off. It'll just kind of do this little daisy chain. We'll click return, that triggers cancel interface trigger here, which will turn off this interface and then cancel the trading posts. So then when the trading post is canceled, that will turn off just this interface. I'm going to add a few other things here to clear out some variables, and these buttons are actually going to have behaviors as well, where when you click on them, it's going to turn green to show that you're actively in the trading post or in the request area or whatever. So there's some kind of visual feedback, and eventually you'll end up back at the main screen. So for now, we just want to test to make sure those buttons work as little clickable buttons. They won't take us anywhere yet, but for now, they will exhibit this cool pressing behavior.
Docking.
We have a clickable barter button, clickable market button, and our return button closes right back into the main station hub, just like we want it. Now, the other thing that we want, or that I want at the moment, I need to also add. This is going to be sort of temporary, where I need the cam header to instead say station cam or station hub. I haven't decided on all the names yet, but right now it's just set to station cam. And hello to anybody out there who's watching.
Docking.
Trading post, station cam. Trading post, station cam. So, don't want to do it that fast. That's going to be something I work through when I reset up these buttons. We want the name to change not when the mouse is pressed down. We want it when it's activated. The activated trigger fires when the mouse cursor is released. So there's a input action up and an input action down event. So these fire inside your control scripts. And when you let go of the cursor, it fires this input action up. And input action up, I believe, is what is triggering the activated. So you can click down on the field, drag your mouse around, move around. It won't activate unless you let go of the mouse on top of the button. That causes the activated trigger to fire off. So what we want here is for when the mouse cursor is released, it turns on the trading post and changes the name. Whereas before, I had it in the mouse down, so it would instantly change this to trading post as soon as you click the mouse. That's not the behavior that I want. So back in our station here.
Docking.
Now I can click and hold down, nothing happens. until I let go. Now it's instantaneous. It changes to trading post. You can go back and forth, and something seems weird. These buttons aren't. So that's right. Whenever you move buttons or objects from interface to interface, I tend to forget this sometimes because I'm moving too fast, you have to reassociate them with their labels or the fields that you want them associated with. So I just have to go back through each of the button backgrounds, swap them from none so that they each have an associate. This should be the return button. So now all buttons should work just fine. Whoa. Knocking stuff over here. Do something really quick here. Shouldn't take but 30 more seconds, if that. And one more. Okay. So now I've got all the button associates. Their backgrounds are associated with their foregrounds. Shouldn't be an issue highlighting the buttons anymore. Eventually I'm going to merge all these little interface elements together. So the frame, I think I'm going to put the frame together with the base. We'll figure that out later. So I've got one more quick check. Grab a drink.
Docking.
Hopefully the sound there is not too loud. Okay. I don't know. So that works. My full button works. Can return. Come back out of the trading post. Alright. I think everything's lined up. Yeah. Just kind of funky looking. I've got this line here at the top of my station background. So that's the trading post layer. There's also a behavior that I need to add whenever one of these interfaces is on. Like if the trading post interface is on, these the way that I usually work with interfaces, I don't like anything set to update real time. That can become really intensive on your frame rate after a while. If you have a whole bunch of different fields that are updating real time, there are little conditions. You can put conditions into all of these little blanks, and if you are constantly updating everything, it will run through the scripts or check the conditions over and over and over and over and over, which is useful in a few cases. It's very useful for things like positioning. If you're, I think I've got over here in my cursor overlays, I still don't have these set to update real time. There are a few things that I do, like the background here. I do want it to constantly have its size changed to that of the text that it's displaying. So that doesn't work very great with update real time. You have to update the interface multiple times, because if the text size changes, the text will change to 7, the background will stay short until the next time the field is updated. Then it will grow to the length that it's supposed to be. You can fix that by updating the field multiple times with the update interface event, or having the update real time just resize it. And since this field itself is only visible whenever you're highlighting an object in space, it's not a big issue. Things that are constantly displayed on screen, like in the case of my debug menu, really, you can actually see the frame rate drop just a little bit. I'll give you an example. Once we're in space, outer spoos. So let's get back up here. My frame rate going so slow. It's probably because I'm recording stuff. Normally it's running at about 300 or so. I've definitely got a bunch of different windows open right now, and some of that's possibly slowing things down. So we have this. It's not a very good example because the frame rate's inconsistent with the streaming. But usually you can see, at least 10 or less, just because I have so many of these and they're constantly updating. But a lot of these are doing math, which are pretty simple, like mathematical formulas. There's nothing too complicated going on. Calculating velocity and pulling values from just internal values and stuff. Things like this are doing the square root of the power of the velocity of both axes being added. Some of them are a little bit complicated, but they don't make a big difference, and I don't usually have the debug menu on. So I like to keep update real time turned off because it can slow stuff down. So we will go ahead. I'm going to experiment. I don't know for sure if this is what I'm going to do, but what we want is we want this field. Basically, we want it to turn its background green whenever the trading post is selected. So I think what I can do here is there's a retrieve sprite field, which you can set up conditions for which sprite is being shown, and it'll only change whenever this interface is updated using the update interface event. So instead of it constantly refreshing over and over and over, what we really want is to check some conditions and then return a sprite if those conditions are met. So I'm going to do some experimenting. The first thing I want to check, I think, or at least that's in my head that I know that I'm going to want to check, is whether or not interface is on. And in this case, we're going to check to see if the trading post is on. And if the trading post is on, we want to return the UI. It's not station button that I'm using for these. These are longer. Let me find the name of the button that I want really quick. So there's these small ones, a docking button. Okay, so they're called docking buttons at the moment, UI docking button. And I don't have one for active yet. So what I'll do is I'll have this return UI docking button active. If the trading post is not on, that's not the one I wanted to copy. Change it to UI docking button normal. And whenever you click on the button here, we want to update not this interface, but the docking station interface, which should refresh all of our button colors, backgrounds, states. There will be a disable condition because I need all of these buttons to disable whenever you're in one of these areas. Greetings. Good lord. How do I get rid of this stupid thing? Oh, whatever. Okay, so back in the game, docking at the station.
Docking.
Actually, that didn't work the way we wanted it to. Not even close. So, that is interesting. None of these are set to update normally, and the trading post was definitely on. Whenever you activate, it turns on the trading post. Sometimes you have to follow the chain down a little bit, but it should actually update to the correct sprite. Unless I have to update it twice. But for some reason it's updating and then turning back into a normal active interface. I forgot that I want to update the buttons, not the docking station. I think that's where I went wrong. Now that there's this little bubble over the top of my screen, I don't know how to get rid of it. I'll just scooch it over here a little bit. Da, da, da. Alright. Boom, boom.
Docking.
Trading post. Does not update correctly. So, what I'm going to do instead, I have discovered that sometimes I have some issues with, associated fields updating with their associates. So I'm going to see if I can actually get rid of that. And that is navigation button 2. We want it to turn into the active button. So I think I know why. I'm just a Dumbo. I'm going to repaste that back in here in the sprite field. I hope you guys mess up as much as I do sometimes. There's always some silly thing. So we have these big buttons here. There are 2 of them, a normal and a highlighted at the moment. They are 208 pixels by 302 pixels. So I've got to go back in here, get one of my older templates back up, my station buttons. None of those interface-based station buttons. So we pull up the station button. Our bevel size has always been 1 for those. Turn on their highlight here, and it's going to be 208 by 32. And we want, actually our background should be closer to 95. Gives us a way to key out the back. And we're going to change the inlay to this darker green, which is actually our active color. And I've got all those saved as palettes, so I can actually, SBS button active. That's without a border. With the border, it's going to have a white border. Give it another white here for the shadow, and you get the station button. So we'll save that button here. Back in our buttons folder. We actually have one already. I don't know. Or no, we don't have one the right size. That's right. 208 by 32. Come back over here. And we are going to find our big long station buttons, which I actually forget where they are. the name of each of these buttons is UI docking button. And so in here, I just have to find the docking buttons, because I've given them all names for my convenience. Flight button, docking, orbit, docking buttons. Here are our docking buttons. We'll copy, paste this. Might as well turn off the lighting on that. We'll just rename the layer to button. Replace that with our green one. There's that guy. Come back in here. It's got this ugly background. We'll go ahead and paint bucket that out and name it docking button active. Now, since I had my script set up the way it was, it should work. It should change to docking button active if we're lucky.
Docking.
And it doesn't. So we'll go back and see what's going on here. Back here in our retrieve sprites, docking button active and docking button normal. So if trading post is on, there might be something funky going on. Sometimes I actually have to update it twice to get the correct color, so let's see if that does the trick, and if it doesn't, I have other ideas. It did take me a while to figure this out with the smaller context menu on the side of the screen, but I'll get it.
Docking.
Okay. So we can refer to my context menu, or the scripting for the background button graphic is basically set up so that when it's disabled, the field turns gray, or the button turns gray, and then if there's an action occurring or a switch that's on, which is weird because the interface on option is a Boolean and it should be working the way that I'm expecting, but I'm not sure why it's not. So come back in here. I'm going to add the disabled condition just because that's something that we do want all these buttons to have. If it's associated disabled, namely the label of the button where the text is what holds all of my scripts. If that field is disabled, and in this case it's checking to see that the associate of this field is disabled. If it's not, go check these things out. If it is, we want it to switch to the disabled docking button. So I'll scooch that, connect that, make it look neat, I guess, and go ahead and close that out. So we'll take a look and see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and jump back into the trading post button. I think I'm gonna get rid of the extra station button update there and add a delay of 0. Don't know if that will make much of a difference, but that 0 delay tends to just skip 1 frame, and if you have 60 frames per second, it's a tiny, tiny, tiny delay. If you have anything higher than that, it's an even tinier delay. 300 frames per second, and you skip 1 frame, you will never even know.
Docking.
So we'll go back here. That doesn't work still. You can see it flashing green. So what I think I want... Let's get rid of that. Trading post. When the trading post opens, turns on the trading post buttons. When the trading post buttons are on, let's go ahead and see if putting an update station buttons in here makes a difference, because we just want to update that interface after the trading post is turned on, but we don't want to mess with too many delays and make things kind of weird.
Docking.
So for some reason it's just turning itself off. I am going to go back here. Pop in here, and I think, I'm not really certain why. Because if the trading post is turned on, it should be setting it to active. And it shouldn't be restoring it back to normal. So I'm not really sure. This is the kind of thing I run into all the time, though. It's usually something very silly, you know. Sometimes if you have a friend or somebody to talk to, they'll click it in your head, or if anybody else is working on similar projects, be like, oh, have you tried this, have you tried that? And usually you get the result you're looking for. So for now, I'm going to use this field here to change the sprite manually. Actually, we would want to look up sprite. Change the sprite of the field, and in this case we'll do this navigation button 2, and we want to change it to our station button, which I believe is going to be in the... it is in docking button active. This will either work or it won't, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to take the script out of the button background and we'll try that. This is the kind of thing I expect to run into pretty frequently. You'll just kind of see me struggling with what could be a very simple thing, when in fact it's incredibly obnoxious. Since that's not set to update real time, it shouldn't be snapping itself back to the normal button. But it is, and that means that the condition I'm checking is wrong. I'm going to add an hour. Okay, cool. We'll jump back in here, jump to our station.
Docking.
I don't understand why it's doing that. It shouldn't be updating anything like that. I don't have a mouse touch up. I also don't have a pressed version of this, so let's go ahead and get our pressed template. And now we have a large pressed button. I think I want to open the borderless button template first. Borderless square, we'll make that rounded 208 by 32, and then we'll open our pressed template. Same thing. Okay, so that's basically the same button. That would be... I don't think I remember what I named those. We'll just call it button base blue pressed. So only pressed button graphics I'll ever use are the blue ones at the moment anyway. So we'll go ahead, come back up here. Come back down to our docking buttons. We will now have a docking button pressed. And I should always like to keep these named so I know what they are. Button base blue pressed. We'll edit this to get rid of this ridiculous background here. And sometimes it leaves some artifacts around the edges, which is kind of annoying, but it's not super noticeable. not super noticeable when placed against the shadow backgrounds. And so when we press down on this, we do want it to turn into the pressed sprites, at the very least. So in this interface, navigation button 2 will be turned into docking button pressed. And since we have a sound effect that we use for button presses, we're going to throw that in there too. That will be these two. Because we want, when you press on the buttons, the shadow disappears from the text, kind of kill the depth. I kind of want those inactivated. I didn't want those inactivated. I want those in the down. Change the sprite, change the shadow, and play the button press sound effect. Then when it's activated, it's supposed to change green. So we do want it to turn green first. Change the name of the cam and open the overlay. At the very least, this should actually add the pressing, but I still need, actually, before I go test, we want the mouse up. Mouse up will return it to normal. Go ahead and put these at the end. Mouse touch up. We want this interface, navigation button 2, to turn into docking button highlight. And our shadow to come back. So that should give us proper button pressing until I can figure out what to do with the green angle. Let's take a peek.
Docking.
Okay, so at least clicking on it does what it's supposed to. Since these are different, I actually think I do want my white border. That gives me this silly looking thing with the inlay gradient on. It's not as dark as I would like it to be. Okay, well that's going to work for now. We'll just save that button. It's not the borderless buttons. These ones have borders on them. We'll replace that. I always forget where they are. Docking button pressed. Docking button pressed base. And we'll kill off that background. That'll look slightly better. Slightly better when these buttons are pressed. And for some reason, somewhere, something seems to be updating incorrectly. There is no update buttons anywhere. And in this case, I don't really want it to update every time it's entered.
Docking.
I'm still not sure why it's doing that. Also, the background was the wrong color. Should be that medium gray. Another dumb thing is sometimes I guess I don't save my templates right. At least this should remove some of those darker artifacts around the edges. It actually looks a little bit better. Back in here, I wonder if I might have to make another switch, a condition for checking the interface, because for some reason it's not showing me the correct results. So I want to check the interface is on. I want it to check if these buttons. No, it's a trading post, but check to see if the trading post is on. Docking button active, and docking button normal. Now in the case of the other menus I was working on, I'm using a switch which checks the status of whether the ship is scanning or docking, and in this case I don't know if I can reuse the variables or not.
Docking.
This field doesn't get updated any further until you back out. Something's canceling that out. I'm not sure what it's doing. Whenever the mouse touches up, this is where I need the change. So over here, I believe the behavior that I want is stored in this script because it's an action button style button that I'm working on. We'll go back into Trading Post, into our mouse touch up, and this is where it's going to be. So is the interface open? This is where we want to change and put our condition. So we'll create a condition branch here. Interface on is what we want, and we want to check to make sure that the trading post is on. Sometimes it takes me a minute to snap into these to figure things out again. But if you click on it, we do kind of, it doesn't have to say anything. This is, what did I have it set to? Head to the trading post. I'll just put that there for now. We actually want it to be this navigation button 2 set to docking station active. And then we change this one to docking station normal. Navigation button 2 to docking station button normal. And we swap this out for that, and we can delete these. I knew I did something wrong there. Now we should get this, hopefully, whenever the trading post is open, that button should be green.
Docking.
I'm gonna freak out soon. So it should change. And lifting the mouse up was returning it to its normal state. So, I think what I want to do is change this. We're going to create a switch, and we're going to add a switch. And we're going to call it Interface Navigating for now. Interface Navigating is on. And when activated, first thing we want to do is turn it on. I might be able to swap out one of my existing variables for this. I think I can use my scan variable. But just for proof of concept, we're going to use this switch interface navigating and double check that inside here we have a switch branch for interface navigating. So that if interface navigating is on, we get the active button. If it's off, we get the normal button. It might just be that the interface is turning on before the button background has a chance to update. So if we have a switch that's permanently turned on immediately, that might work. I don't know for sure. We'll find out. Nope, that sure doesn't. And I couldn't tell you why. That is an interesting little detail. I'll go ahead and try and update this just to see. I have no expectations. I can't quite figure out what I'm doing wrong here. So I can see it turn green, and then it turns back to nothing, which it shouldn't. There's no other auto updating going on. One moment. looking at these buttons, the way these are set up is so that when there's a scan active, they're set to active, which is currently where I'm at. When you click on the trading post button, the navigating switch turns on and you get the active button. Then we want a condition here as well to check the disabled state of its associated field of this. So this will check the label to see whether the trading post label here is disabled, and if it is, we want it to give us a disabled button, and if it isn't, we want the normal button. So we'll put in disabled there, connect these. There's our sprite conditions. So I'm actually really uncertain why it's doing this, but let's take a test and update real time just to make sure that everything's working. That all my conditions, if you check update real time, you can usually ensure that your conditions are working correctly, at least, no matter what the state of the interface or how far it's been updated. So we've got interesting. Okay, so that at least is giving us the right action behavior. And the return should turn that switch off. But what we want it to do instead is check to make sure the interface is on. I don't want to use a switch if I don't have to. So we want to check to on. We want to check to see if the interface trading post is turned on. If it is, return active. If it isn't, return normal or disabled. And I always forget how to check if there's a mouse in the field or not. I'm not actually sure if I can from here. No. Okay, so the conditions are currently working. We'll try it with our interface on condition too to make sure that's working. The one condition that isn't working is the blue highlight condition, which only seems to happen whenever you're entering or leaving. But since it's got update real-time turned on, there's 3 possible sprites that it can turn to, and highlight is not one of them. So that is definitely checking and making sure that the interface is correctly on, turning off whenever the interface is not on. So that's correct. We have an issue with the updating state of this field. So we don't want it to update real time. We want it to retrieve those 3 buttons. But we also, I'm not sure what it's doing. Docking button highlight, docking button highlight, docking button pressed, touch up will change it. Active, docking button normal. That shouldn't be normal, that should be highlight. And that's also incorrect though. Okay, well, I would like to get rid of the interface navigating switch. If at all possible.
Docking.
Okay, so it does flash green. It's supposed to. It's turning green. And then something is actually refreshing it to make it not green anymore. So I'm going to make sure this isn't set up. Turn that off. Turn that off. Don't think that'll make a difference, but it's something to check.
Docking.
So, when this is activated, technically don't need that switch at all because the conditions are correct. Change this to trading post is correct. Trading post is on. Update the interface. And if I don't update it, nothing should happen, but it does. It turns green anyway, so. It's crazy that I've gotten all my other buttons to work correctly, except for this one. So at the moment, it doesn't even turn green. It doesn't turn green at all. And I don't understand why. So when this interface turns on, it turns on the buttons. When it turns on the buttons, we can tell it to update the station buttons interface.
Docking.
That's really obnoxious. So we're just going to pull all that out of there. Pull that out, examine the default behavior without retrieving sprites. Now the worst part is that's the best way that I know to do it, and I'm uncertain what I'm doing wrong here. I'm guessing I'm a little tired and I'm missing something super obvious.
Docking.
So the default behavior, mouse up, becomes an overlay, and the mouse has left. So I have an idea. What I actually want is this to become parallel so that it runs at the same time. The issue with overlay interfaces is it covers up everything else, and what I think might be happening is when the overlay appears, it's running the mouse up or mouse left trigger here, which it shouldn't be. So if I change it to overlay, all I have to do is disable these buttons on this side. So what we want to do, I'll put that, good, it's not in here. Put the sprite retrieve back. Is that the right one? Yeah, okay. So at the moment, I'll still be able to highlight these because when an interface is used as an overlay, you can access the selectable fields on all the interfaces. So I'll try that.
Docking.
That didn't exactly work, but I think I know why, because I No, I don't. I actually don't know why.
Docking.
Okay, so we will actually reset these so that they actually do reset upon entering. So I don't want it to override itself and relay the buttons behind itself. I don't know why it's doing that.
Docking.
So you see this is still active, these are active, and of course that's not supposed to be happening. So when you cancel this interface, we don't want it to hide itself. We would like to just run the cancel interface on the trading post. And the trading post should be the one to turn this interface off and its buttons. Because then it will return to the station buttons menu, and we can hopefully that should alleviate the buttons getting deactivated wrong.
Docking.
Get rid of that. I don't know why it does that. This is really going to start driving me crazy soon. Such a simple behavior.
Docking.
Y'all, I'm really stumped on this one. It's the same setup. Okay. It's the same setup I've used.
Docking.
There it goes. Now, one more thing I want to add. is this condition for leaving. If the trading post menu is on, it should turn active. If it's not, it should turn normal. Then I want the trading post to be an overlay. So far, I don't have any other interfaces that check if other interfaces are open, so this is sort of new. There we go. That's the behavior I want. Can't click anything else. We can work in the market. And then returning, once you return here, then we want to update the... Oh yeah, that's in here. Canceling the trading post should then update the flight buttons or the station buttons. And updating the station buttons when this menu is closed should return it to normal.
Docking.
Ta-da! Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Now I don't know why I'm getting these little artifacts on my button here, so I've used the same color. Let's go ahead and lighten the background a little bit. That's a little bit too light. We kind of want something more like 128, 127. I'm not really sure, because I haven't had issues with the buttons. Backgrounds. Oh yeah. No. So we want to open our active button, turn off the inlay gradient, and our shadow and bevel color should be white, and then we get this silvery white. But I haven't had issues keying out the background yet, so I'm uncertain why it's giving me these dark, ugly lines. So let's go ahead and set this to somewhere midway. Go in here, overwrite that with our lighter button. I do have some masks that I can use to fix some of the edges. Like, well, first we'll try and kill off this. And that's a little bit better. I think it might still have some artifacts, but it doesn't really matter that much.
Docking.
Okay, yeah, that fixed it. So we're going to save that template. As the station navigation button, because these are the big buttons that you navigate the station with. So this is where things will get cool. I want to disable all of these whenever one of these is selected, but I need that same behavior for each of these locations as the trading post. They should each have these working buttons should each have a return button that goes back to the navigate menu, and you should be able to move between the different areas and return to the station hub, which I think I'll change that to station hub instead of station cam. Let's see.
Docking.
Now, there's an interesting problem here where, actually I don't need these anymore. When you first enter, stations turned on, station buttons are turned on. But if you cancel, it automatically cancels out. So what we want to do is add some more conditions here. Actually, I think I know what to do here. In order for the controls, so come back up here and take a peek at the controls. In our escape button, this is the cancel, basically, it will close the game window, and that's when you're in spaceflight. But when you're in a menu, the escape button actually checks a few things. Sees if you're on the title screen. If you're on the title screen, it'll quit. If you're in the main game, it will cancel the current interface you're in. So this main interface is basically referring to the current active interface. It doesn't matter what's on your screen. The interface that's currently set to as the active interface is going to be the one that this control affects. So over here, when we turn on the trading post, we have it set to be an overlay. But what we want to do is change the active interface. And by doing that, we'll also be changing it to the trading post. And we want to keep the previous one. By keeping the previous interface, that's going to keep the docking buttons, or the station navigation buttons, the station menu, all that. If you choose hide, it'll actually pop this one up and everything behind it will disappear. So we want to keep it. And if we set the trading post to be our active interface, then we get the ability to cancel just this interface. And over here, technically you'll never be in here as active, so we don't really need that. So let's go ahead and give that a test.
Docking.
Okay, so that isn't exactly what we want. What we want is the buttons here Sometimes I have to fiddle with this a little bit because we do want the trading post to be the active menu, because when you hit escape it'll cancel out of the docking menu otherwise. So we want the main menu to be the trading post. Otherwise we have to add in all these weird
Docking.
conditions. So when you escape from there, it closes the trading post. The problem with this is now, when you enter the trading post, it doesn't bring up the buttons anymore. So we want to pull this, oops, And we want to add the buttons so that they are parallel. That way it won't cover up our trading post interface. Now, I can't remember exactly if I have to have this here if the new active interface is turned on. Let's test it without the overlay setting, because if the new interface is turned on and overlay is not on, these will still be selectable, and that's not what we want. Dock here. Okay, so that worked. And escape cancels out. So that's basically what we want it to do. Now, I'm curious if, since I think setting active interface actually makes it default to overlay, and let me actually, oops, I'm gonna copy these. I don't think it works for some reason. I might have to update the interface to get to show the buttons, but we want it to. I want them to trigger when the interface turns on rather than from the button, but I might have to do it that way. There's a condition somewhere in moving your mouse on top of things that I have to add soon. Okay. So, what we get when we click return, we actually want it to cancel the trading post, and it's currently canceling the buttons. So we'll have it cancel trading post, and trading post will close everything. So when you hit escape, that should close everything.
Docking.
All of our buttons are inaccessible. We have our 3 working clickable buttons. We have a return to the station hub there. And that should clear out so we can actually change the mouse over, but we'll deal with that in a little bit. So when you hit escape, it goes back. What we want it to do there, when you escape from the trading post, however, we also want it to change the active interface back to the docking menu. So station docking, or docking station hide. And then update the station buttons. I don't know why it's doing this to me. There we go. So if we don't pass the active interface back to the station menu, you can't hit escape to close it. You kind of have to pass active interface around between interfaces. So if you want an interface that you can use the controls for, like the trading post is currently the active interface. When you hit escape, it restores the station menu to be the active interface, and then you can escape back out of it. And the final condition when you hit escape is if nothing's open, close the game. So, first thing we want to do now is make it so when you click on, I think it was this one, let me check my scanning buttons, because my scan buttons have the correct behavior. One of them, when you activate, I think it's either activate or down, touch down. It clears out the mouse over variable. It's got to be the down. So come back over here to the station buttons. And when you click down, we want the hover tooltip of the docking station to restore to nothing. And as you remember, double quotes equals nothing. It's a blank space. There's not a character. It doesn't count as anything. Wherever you want nothing. It's not 0, it is nothing. 0 and nothing are different. But that should do the trick. To clear out our mouse over.
Docking.
But you see, head to the trading post where you can buy and sell equipment. Gone. Okay, so then we should be able to get our hover tooltips working here. So we want a hover tooltip for each of these buttons. Return to the main station hub, where we will return to this. And the buttons are turning off when it happens. So what we want to do when we quit the trading post is make a new interface and show hide the station buttons in parallel. Just always little details, adding and removing show hide. It depends on what you're doing and the order that you're displaying the interfaces. When you have a button overlay and you change an active interface, sometimes it doesn't automatically consider the player entering the interface, and you have to re-display the buttons, which in this case, when you escape from the trading post, before I had the show hide buttons there, it would just blank out the buttons. So now you can go right into the stations.
Docking.
Enter. I mean, it's really nice and quick.
Docking.
Got it. So all the button behaviors work. If you move off the button, it disables the push. Next step. The next step. I think I'll add the mouse overs to these, and then we'll add the button behavior to the rest of these buttons. And that will be a little bit time consuming. I actually have to make a separate interface for each of these. There's a request board, a lounge, and a shipyard. The request board is separated into an errand board and a bounty board. The bounties are, randomly spawned enemies. They're higher value enemies. They're going to be more difficult. They will have stronger weapons or whatnot, but you should be able to get rewards from them. Some of them will have multiple ships. And then the errand board, I'm trying to piece together or rework the system I made originally that generates, I want to say it was something like 20 to 22 different mission types. And the mission types are errand types. There's a whole bunch. This is just a small amount. Cargo delivery, mining excursions, asteroid farming, transporting passengers, patrolling a sector, escorting somebody, transferring credits, retrieving samples, scanning anomalies. There's a whole bunch of other ones that I've added. Like a patrol sector, there will be several enemies spawned and you go kill them. Cargo delivery, usually you have to pick something up and bring it to another location. Mining excursion tends to be gathering specific types of resources or something. And asteroid farming is similar, but it's usually sending you to an asteroid field in the game somewhere where you will mine or destroy a certain number of asteroids. Typical escort, keep someone alive, transport passenger. You'll probably be chased by something, pirates or somebody who doesn't want you to have the passenger. I haven't really figured out how I'm going to do a lot of these things. Some of them I know how I'm going to do, some of them I don't. Credits transfer is an interesting one. You're given a chunk of money and told to bring it somewhere. You do have the option to keep it and never bring the money, but it could have an effect on your you might find a credits transfer for 100,000 credits and get yourself 100,000 credits, but you'll also, invoke the wrath of whoever it was you were supposed to deliver them to. Retrieving samples. This was one that was intended for the surface exploration. When you're down on the surface of the planet, you should be able to gather samples of life forms. And I think in this case I'm going to have hot spots with life forms and interactions But there might be some surface stuff where you go down and gather a certain number of plants or animals, scanning anomalies. There are signals out in space that they'll detect, and you get sent to investigate what it is. It could be a derelict ship, could be some kind of wreckage or something. Investigate wreckage is a known wreckage, and investigate station. There's several others that I forgot to include. Investigate sectors, or map a sector. Some of them are like you travel to a sector and all you have to do is scan all the planets in this sector and bring the data back to the station. And so there's going to be a number of those, and that's just the request board. You've also got the lounge, and in the lounge, some of this I've sort of shown in the old project. There's a star lounge or a bar. You can go to the bar. That's not what I meant to click, yeah. You can go to the bar, and I can actually pull it up here in the old project. You go to the bar, and there's a bartender who will sell you rumors for a small amount of credits. I think it's something like 50 credits per rumor, but I don't remember. And usually it's a pretty decent sized pool of rumors that it's pulled from, and he'll tell you about, stuff going on. So I was hoping to include the potential to spawn missions.
Greetings, Captain Looking.
When you're talking to the bartender...
Docking.
I was hoping that, like, some of the rumors that you would get would actually trigger missions, or, they actually discover locations on your... If you haven't heard of a certain location, they might be, we heard about some unrest in the 0 sector, and you'll get, coordinates to that place or whatever. But I don't actually have any money to pay him for rumors. I think I can give myself some credits. 1,000 credits. Try out different combinations of weapons to really get a good feel for the technology of today. I don't know why people get so caught up in politics. New coordinates added.
New coordinates added.
There's also a hiring pool. You every time you dock at the station, let me redock.
Docking.
It generates a whole new hiring pool, and sometimes there's only one guy, sometimes there's a pile. Calvin Dartman. Mechanics have basic knowledge of repairing ship systems and maintaining safe power distribution. Each of these is randomly generated. The price, its specialism, the profession, the gender. It does get a random face and everything. You redock at the station, you'll get a whole different set. Sometimes it's several. And all of their names are randomly generated. The first and second half of their names, they're combined with certain length last names. So if their first name's 5 letters, their last name's going to be like 7 letters. And it's directly proportional. The longer the first name, the shorter the last name, etc. It was all to fit within this little limited area. And since, we've covered just how small the original game really was, I can actually stretch it out. But this looks silly to me. I don't like... I didn't end up liking the process of keeping everything compressed in the center of the screen like this when you change the resolution. And of course you could, keep it smaller and just kind of, go through. Everything looked okay at a smaller size, but I feel like being able to, even having this much more extra space for the map, you could see the objects that you're, flying around with. And it would make more sense, I think. You could pan the maps around, and I didn't mean to zoom that out so much, but you could pan the maps around. There's a whole bunch of different stars that you could travel to. I forgot I never fixed this mouse over cursor. But there were, different star systems. Some took a lot more fuel to jump to. You might have to, some of them didn't work because there's no location yet, but if you go somewhere like this, jump. It knows exactly where to go. It'll point you in the direction of the star, and you will perform a hyper jump to it. And so the way that this worked in the old project didn't feel as good as I wanted it to. There was some, wonkiness with the ship movement. That looks kind of weird to me. There's no floatiness. There was dialogue and all that. There was some screens that I didn't fix. So there's some stuff that's all stretched and stupid. But while I'm here in this project, there are a couple backgrounds that I need to export so that I can use them. And they're all placeholders. We're going to call this the mission board. We'll call this one the fuel depot. We've got one for the Star Lounge. I've already got the market. No, I don't have the market. Commodities market. That folder's becoming incredibly disorganized. I think I've already got the shipyard exported. Not GIF. Shipyard. I've got the shop and the trading post. So it's shop and trading post. Okay, so these were temporary backgrounds that I was using. There's a couple, like, space lab on the surface of the moon, temporary hallways. I did a few tests. This is AI generated alien dome on the surface of some planet somewhere. So, I mean, some of the graphics turned out pretty nice for some AI generated stuff. Some of the things I built in 3D software, some of them I used my dungeon crawler graphics tools. I don't need most of these open right now. Kill this. So, back in our menus, we have the behavior we want for most of the buttons. We have our touch down, touch up, etc. The other buttons only have the highlight behaviors, so I'll go ahead and start adding the behaviors to these. So we'll take our touch down and we'll put that in here into the story node. So the story node, I might add another button. There's I think I want a command center as well, which is just another menu. And then the story node, depending on the station you go to, there will likely be a story node, and that is like a context-sensitive button that will change. Depending on where you are, if you're at an alien station, it might say, head to the restaurant, and in the restaurant there's some events, and then if you go to a different station, it might be ore processing, and, it just depends on the place. Oh, I gotta stretch. Meanwhile, we just need to change a couple things here. This is going to be navigation button 1, since it's the first in the list, and that's all we have to change. And we come back over here. We'll grab our mouse touch up. And in the mouse touch up, we want to make sure that's doing the right button. Interface trading post is on. That is not the condition we want to check. So we won't worry about that right now, because we don't have a story node button, but we want it to be navigation button 1. Head to the trading post, context sensitive button. We'll just change it to that for now. And this will be navigation button number 1. So following this is going to check to see if the story node interface is on. Right now it's set to the wrong interface. But if it is, it'll change the button to active. If it is not, it will restore it to the highlight graphic. And both paths will return to turning the shadow back on again, because we want the shadow to be on whenever the button is not being pressed. So there's our mouse touch up, mouse touch down, mouse enter, mouse leave. And if we test it, we should be able to see that at least most of the behaviors are in place for that button.
Docking.
We have a push whenever we leave, that works. You can click on it, that works. Everything for the trading post works. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then we just have to add the remaining button behaviors to the request board, lounge, and shipyard. Now, these buttons here, these are all basically done. We're going to want to duplicate series of these. We're going to have the trading post, the lounge, the shipyard, etc. And so, since this is all in place pretty much, I can just duplicate it. This is going to be the lounge, but we want this to be under station buttons instead. So we've got the trading post request board. Let's go ahead and duplicate this one. Make this the request board. And we'll put that up here under the buttons. And we'll duplicate this again for the shipyard. Now, each of these I'm going to have to go through and change all of these. Basically, it doesn't matter. The button shadows are going to be gone. They're going to become part of this bar. And so eventually my interfaces, currently, you know, there's 50 billion. These are all going to be combined into one piece. I might actually go through that later today or tomorrow. Show you how I do that. And in the meantime, we've got this series of buttons. We want to duplicate all these, so we have a set of lounge buttons that we'll put in the lounge. Duplicate these. Request buttons for the request board. And we'll duplicate that. So we have shipyard buttons. Now, since all the behaviors of the main screen are basically the same, I don't believe I'm going to have any disabling on any of these screens. But what I want to do next is just create or import the backgrounds for these so I can distinguish them when I'm looking at them. So in the stations, we have these images here. I'm going to go ahead and, you know, make shipyard 1, lounge 1, and request 1 for the request board. And we'll import each of these. So we've got the images saved. Our mission board here, our trading post, our shipyard, our lounge, so those are the basic backgrounds that I'm going to use for now. In our shipyard, we want to change that to the shipyard background. BG shipyard. They're much smaller than the space they take up at the moment because they're old. I haven't made new images. These are the ones I've been using for years. So we're going to stick with those temporarily until I get different images. The request board will change to the request board image. Make that bigger. And over here in the lounge, we'll add the lounge image. So now we have, you know, distinguished areas of the space station. Shipyard, requests, lounge, there's marketplace. And each of these has different button labels. So we want the barter button in this case. This is going to be repair, a repair button. I'll name that repair right now. We can make that the repair button. And this will be refuel. Refuel button. Change market button, or the market label to refuel. So that's all we had to do there. The request buttons, we have a bounty button, a bounty label, and an errand button. Along with its corresponding errand label. Go ahead. And that's our request board labels. Now in the lounge, we have a rumor button. Oops. That's the rumor label. Rumor. I want those to be capitalized. I don't know why I didn't do that. No. Capital errand. Alright, back to the lounge. Rumor. Hiring. And we'll change that to the rumor button. And the hiring button. I don't remember if I had to say hire or hiring, but it doesn't really matter. So, the way this will work, we have to change it so each of these, I think they've all got the buttons for each of theirs. So we want this one to turn on shipyard buttons. We want this one to turn on the request buttons. So everything's going to be in parallel because we don't want it to block the view screen, because you should be able to click on the view screen as well. The lounge will turn on the lounge buttons instead of the trading post buttons. And okay. So we don't actually have the behavior set up in the station buttons to turn on each of these, but we can go through, copy paste all that from the previous button. What am I at? 2 hours and 14 minutes. Well, I think I'm going to take a short break and I'll be right back to resume the stream. Alright. Sometimes I have to run around the building. Let's get back to work. So, I want these button behaviors in all of my buttons. So, we'll start with this one. I've got a couple that change these, but let's get rid of it. Clear out these. And this is navigation button 3. Sound effect in place. You can actually do this for each of these. We'll delete the down. Navigation button 4. Get rid of these. And for now, navigation button 5. I might add more eventually. Hey. What I could do is a spawn collection for these, because dynamically these are going to change depending on the station you're at. And for now I'm just going to stick with these basic buttons, but what I like to do a lot is if I have a series of buttons that are the same kind of button, there's this little feature I sort of talked about a little bit. This is called Retrieve Collection, and you can actually use it to access a list of things. Like if you have a list like this is collection A, I would select that and it would put it in here. I'm just going to cancel right now, but over here in my collections in the editor for variables and switches, you can check out, I've got 3 entries here. It's a list. Hello, I'm entry number 1, I'm entry number 2, and I'm entry number 3. Whenever you use that, it actually uses the spacing or offset value that you put here. And in my case, I'd use 15 for my font size, and it would create that list on the screen in a row. And the best part about that is it also does it with all of its associates. So if I wanted to do that with the buttons in this, and I'm probably going to, I would create a list that contains, the default names: trading post, request board, lounge, shipyard, and the story node button I think would be one that I inject at the top of the list if I have it there. Otherwise it would just spawn these 4 defaults. Excuse me. And using the spawn collection allows it to duplicate the entire button. So I could get rid of all 5 of these, all 4 of these, and just have the one button at the top and spawn a list. And that way I only have to create one button. Right now, I'm kind of, since I don't know how many buttons I need or how many I'm going to want, that might have been the better way to go for this. I could actually probably set that up right now and show you. So let's do that, because that'll be fun. And then you can actually set up conditions for checking what the value is of the label. You can check to see if it says trading post, open the trading post. If it says request board, open request board. And then in the case of the story node or the context node, it would probably do something like trigger a custom event up here. This is the custom event editor, and that's probably what it would do: fire off some kind of custom dialog or check the object that it's at, and we'll see. I haven't solidified that. So let's change collection A. Since it was an example collection, I'm going to change it to station labels. And sometimes I add a little prefix tag or something, but in this case for now I'm going to leave it as station labels. And we're going to go ahead and make the default ones trading post request board lounge. I guess I could just go ahead and do story node for now. Trading posts request board lounge and shipyard. So this is where that would be kind of cool. I'll need to fix a few things in my default button, such as the names of the parts, because it'll have to be adjusted a bit. So for now, I'll just keep that. I won't mess with the button behaviors too much on the other buttons. I kind of want to swap these two out so that they're together, and the way that you attach them is by associating the background with the foreground. So this would be my label, the text, and then you associate the button with the text. And when you use the spawn collection option here, or retrieve collection, it'll actually spawn this whole list of buttons using the backgrounds as well, so it'll include the associates. And so what we want to do, I'll go ahead and let me... It's going to break a whole bunch, so the cool part is it doesn't matter. I can fix all of this. You can tear things apart, you can do whatever. So I've got these two buttons pretty much ready to go, so I'm just going to go ahead and call this first one story node, and this will get complicated. I want it to just be navigation button and navigation. I think I'll change it from choice to label. Navigation label. And so we'll have these two here. Actually, the space I'm going to need is going to be more than 15. It's going to be 32 plus like 8, it looks like, sort of. So it'll be 30, 40-ish. I'll adjust it a little bit as I go. So you start with putting the collection that you want to spawn in this spawn collection window here and confirm. And now we just have all these in the way. So what I can actually do is kill them. This isn't going to work perfectly at first. There's going to be errors all over the place. There's going to be things that I haven't associated and changed, or names that I haven't changed. So bear with me. Is anybody even here? I have a viewer, but who is it? Who is viewing me? How do I tell who's viewing me? I don't know. Is there really somebody watching? Because that's surprising. Okay, well, let's get back to this. So when I go back to testing, you're gonna you're gonna see all these errors pop up when it starts to spawn, or when I move my mouse over it, because it doesn't have any idea what to do yet. This will be a fun little experiment.
Docking.
So it's gonna spawn a whole bunch of the same label because they all have the same label. It's also gonna be like, hey, where's all these buttons that we were talking about earlier? And that's not exactly, you know what I can actually do to check my spacing as well. It's not going to work right, but this is a really fun way to make buttons and interfaces if you've never done it before. Let's make sure my spacing is right. I might be off a little bit. Nope, on by a right a bit. Okay, so clear that out. So this one here has the correct sprite behaviors, has the right everything, and except it's checking for trading posts. So what we want this to do is check name of the fields, and the fields, this is where naming comes in and is really important in this case, because you see I've gone ahead and named each one of these shipyard, request board, lounge, trading post, so I can actually check the labels here for the same interface. So the labels will actually say shipyard and request board, so that makes it easy to check to see what interface to load or what interface it needs to check. And so if the name, we want to get rid of this because we don't want the display names. Navigation label and navigation button should both have blank display names, and the navigation label, I think I did a stream for this one where I showed some of this and it got deleted, but I'm going to go ahead and show you. In this case, you would do field this dot name in the retrieve text use value area, because this is going to replace the initial text here with the corresponding item in the collection. So second label should say trading post and lounge, shipyard, and so forth. So just to make sure that works, all of our mouse over behaviors are broken. Currently there's no like actions, nothing's going to open any interfaces correctly. It's all bunk right now. But all we're trying to do is get this spawning to work. So when you get into the station, you'll see this garbly blah blah blah. It doesn't look great. That's because these have to be turned off. They cannot be initially existent. The base of your field spawns. If you're ever spawning fields using the collection, spawn collection, bloop out the base, turn it off, get rid of initially existent. It will hide it, and only the other ones will spawn. That's super useful, because you basically use this button here as a template, and it'll spawn every copy of your template across the screen wherever you need it. So you can set up all the settings in one button. I've shown you some of the more complicated ways I've set up buttons. You can set every button in this game up in the same fashion.
Docking.
It's just not necessary, and I accidentally moused over it. I shouldn't have. No. Yes, I'm aware there's bugs. Okay, so now we see everything has spawned correctly. Storing at a trading post, request board, lounge, and shipyard. That corresponds to the collection that we just made of these station labels. So what's interesting is if you were to, let's move everything up by one and just kind of kill off the last one. You can actually do these dynamically, and they will change in the game. Whenever the interface is updated, it will refresh with the number of buttons that are in this collection. So in a way, you can use any size collection to spawn any number of buttons. And if we go back to the spawn collection option window, the little panel that pops up here, you see there's also a columns option, so you can put in as many columns as you want, and it will actually put them across in rows. And once it reaches, if you have 3 columns and 3 items in your collection, it'll make 3 buttons in one row. But if you have 9, it'll make a grid of buttons, and so that can be useful if you want to make, I don't know, maps or map editors, or think something like a grid puzzle that has 40 buttons on it or something. And so by clearing out the display names, we can actually name them and do other stuff. So right now, these are all kind of funky. Nothing's set up right. It's trying to check the trading post is on and all this. So what we want to do is check the I believe it would be field this dot name. So let me actually make sure of something really quick. So when you actually spawn the fields, or when the collection's spawning on your interface, you can go into the debugger and make sure that the names are coming out right, because you can format the names of things that are being spawned so that you can access them or change things from other places. So right now I'm going to open up this objects window here, go to our docking station interface. It should show each of these buttons that are being spawned on the, I think it's the station buttons interface. There we go. Station buttons has a station return button, a station return, navigation button, navigation story node, navigation button, story node, navigation trading post. Okay, so these are getting named navigation button, shipyard navigation button, because of the big button behind them. But then we get these guys: lounge, shipyard, request board, trading post, story node. And in order to access these buttons behind, in order to make changes to them and such, I'm going to get out of this to-do list. Not the surface scanning. I had a blank one, I thought. Yeah, this will do. Squish you down a little bit. Alright, so over here, you see it has navigation button followed by the names of the fields. And that's useful because we can actually do this navigation button space and field this. Oop. Dang it. I don't know why I still have all these open. Let me save that, get out of that, get out of that. Name. So this is how we'll access or change the button behind the label. And get out of that. Shut up. Shush. I know I'm erroring. Gonna quit from the debugger. Okay, so we go back in here. And we'll start with the mouse over enter. And instead of it being navigation button 2, we want it to change the field that is navigation button and the name of this one. And we'll deal with these mouse overs here in just a little bit, or the mouse over tooltips. And is field this name on? Is this the label yet? Okay, interface. Field this name on is on. Change the navigation button and field this name. So it's basically checking the shipyard. It'll say the name of this button will be shipyard, so it's trying to check. The background button is going to be navigation button shipyard, and it will also be checking to see if the interface name shipyard is on, because it's using the name of this field, which is shipyard. So it all just kind of links together very conveniently. We'll change this one as well to field this name, and might as well just leave that there because it's not necessarily referring to any of the buttons. So we have the mouse touch up and down. We want to change that again. The interface that it's checking. Why did it do that? The interface that it's checking should be field this dot name. And the same thing here, we want the navigation button and field this dot name. We can go ahead and skip that for now because the tooltip is going to have to be based on what's currently being shown on the buttons, like label. Each label is going to be different, and they can't all show the same tooltip here. So we'll go back and change this again to navigation button and field this name. scooch that over. Well, I guess I'll leave that there because I'm going to need room for the tooltip later. And then in the mouse touch down, we'll leave the hover clearing option here, and all we need to do is change that to field this name navigation button. So we've got all of the stuff in place. There's an activated section that I'm going to also probably change just to make sure the backgrounds or the back buttons get changed. So that will actually set the interface to what I want it to do is set it to field this name, and I think okay, that's everything I need to change here. We'll deal with everything else later. Make sure all of our mouse over stuff works, and it's all stored in this one button label here. If I did everything correctly, there's actually one more thing I need to do. The background button has a series of retrieve conditions here, so I got to change these as well. The expression interface is on. What we need to do is figure out what the associate of this field, since this is the background button, it's associated with the label. We need to figure out what the associate's value is, what it's actually showing on the button, like if it says shipyard or trading post. So we want, the way that I would normally do this, rather than typing it in, you kind of follow this rabbit hole. Always click include all, by the way, so you can see everything. But go down the rabbit hole. You want to make sure that the interface is on. That's the first value you want. So we'll type on here to narrow it down. And then you find the I for interface, the turned on for turned on. And the interface that we want to check is going to be the one that matches the associate's name. So what we need to do is find the ID, which is going to be the scripting ID of the associated selection field of this field. Since this is the background button, we want to figure out what label this one's associated to. So it's this one's associate. We want the name of it, which is going to be the name. It will pass shipyard or trading post or whatnot through this little function and tell us whether that interface is on. The interface that matches the name of the label. That's what we want to see. And then we want to do the same thing. I don't think we actually have to change this one because we just want to check to see if the associate of this field is disabled. That's, I think, in place because we haven't actually enabled any disable conditions. Enabled any disabled conditions. Alright. Back to the demo. New game. Docking. Alright, we have our row of buttons. Bravely move my mouse over one, and away from one, and onto one, and away from one. They are... Ta-da! Which one was this? Mouse leave. If interface field this name is on. Story node 1 UI cannot be found. So that's an interesting one. I will need to make a condition really quick for mouse leave because the story node is not what it's ever going to say. It's never going to say that, and I do believe I want it to say contains. I want a collection contains branch, and I want to check the ID of this label. So this, I want it to check field this name. Why is it? No, this is the value I want. Check to see if the collection of station labels contains this particular label. That's what we want to do. So if the collection of station labels does not have this field label in it, it will just skip it. and it will do nothing. If it does contain the name, like we know which ones it contains right now, shipyard, trading post, that should, I believe, make it so it doesn't act up. But it also, I think it's going to break the story node button at the top because there is nothing to correspond with that yet. All I'm really worried about at the moment are the other, the non-story node buttons. Just the basic station areas.
Docking.
So trading post works, request board works, lounge works, shipyard works. Story node probably funks up a bit because story node is contained in there. But you know, if I change the collection, let's go ahead and spawn it. You know, it doesn't matter because it's going to be different later. So I'll ignore the fact that that first button doesn't work right.
Docking.
These ones all should. There's some kind of error here. Story node 1. Why is it associating with story node? That's weird. It shouldn't be. It should be associating with. Okay, yeah, it should be associating with trading post. So basically the basic behavior's in there. It's not changing this correctly yet because I haven't set up any conditions to check, you know, the labels. And for some reason, which one is this? Interface field for this associated was on and station buttons field, navigation buttons stored. There is no story node interface. I know that. Well, that's still kind of cool that it's the button's mostly functional, but everything else is working. You know, I've got the green active button, all of these buttons are still referencing the old menu, so they're all duplicates. I have to update things for each one, but we can go back here. I'll figure out what's going on with this story node button here. Oh, let's see. Whenever you click, it's trying to do something with the story node button. And I'm not sure why just yet. Navigation button and field, this name would be the background, changing it to active. But the background's already set to do all that. Do I even have to do all that? Sometimes this stuff can be pretty frustrating. I'm trying to rack my brain to see if I can just kind of noodle out what's going on. Noodle out. Here we go.
Docking.
So, click it. The error fires inside the retrieve area. So, in the retrieve sprite of my background button, it's trying to find the story node for some reason because I'm clicking on trading posts. I don't know why it's doing that. This field's associate is not story node. This field's associate is trading post. So what are my objects currently spawned on this interface? In my stations button interface, I have story node, trading post, request board, lounge, and shipyard. So clicking on trading post, which if I find navigation button trading post should be connected to the label just correctly. And the navigation button that's there should not be. The navigation label that's there should not be, but I don't know why this is firing an error. It's very strange. Trading post. So, oh my gosh, I know there is no story node interface. I guess I could make one real quick. The error that it's firing happens when I refresh this interface. And when I refresh this interface, it can't find the story node interface, which is what this is trying to find. So let's go ahead and this is a stupid fix. Don't do this usually, but unless you really need to. Story node, you do this. We'll make an interface called story node, and I'll just change the background to another. I think I have a. Oh no. I'll make it. I thought I had another one. Yeah, let's make it this square picture of a canyon. It's all stretched and weird now. Okay, so that'll be the story node interface. Temporary fix, because it's basically going to try and there is going to be an interface for the story node, but it's got to be contextual so that I can trigger all kinds of different stuff from one thing. So back in the station, now it finds story node. Now it knows that everything's there. Click on this. It has no issue when it refreshes the buttons because it can't find story node interface. It can return just fine. And if I go to story node, I get the story node. Sorry for coughing in your faces. Let's go back to the menu. Stop being ridiculous. Okay. So the behavior's all working. It's all coming from a spawned collection. And you can change the order. You could run a sort collection. It's sorted by alphabetical order. You could remove and insert more locations if you wanted. I guess I could technically. I shouldn't, because there aren't corresponding interfaces. But once I have corresponding interfaces, I could fill this all the way up, essentially. And you could spawn as many buttons as you wanted. But now there's a location for each button, and sorry. Wow. Pictures that will all be fun and interactive, and the descriptions will change. There will be some other mouse over stuff. Okay, so that works. That all works. There's only a couple other things left to do. Is if the conveniently we can actually do checks to see if the active interface that is on is equal to our label name. We can we can keep the button active, or if it's not, disable it, because we want all these other buttons to turn off whenever this one's green. We don't want them to just be black and inaccessible. And we also need this button to disable whenever one of these is active. So there's a couple more things to do to implement, the interface behavior that I really want, because I want whenever any option is active, the other options that are normally available will be inactive, and whenever they're available to be selected, you can select them. When they're not, they'll be grayed and disabled. So that's the basic behavior of all the interface stuff I'm using so far. Like, you can access these while you're flying, but not when you're docked, or when you're landing, you can't access the return. You can't return to space until the docking is complete, and you can't leave in the middle of a scan operation. So there's no escaping or backing out of the menus
Life forms
until you're
detected.
done doing something. There will be more interactivity and stuff that I scripted here later. Docking from 1,000 miles away. I'll go ahead and finish up some of the behaviors, the disabled behavior especially, because since we are doing these buttons as a spawn collection now, instead of a series of buttons, we can just add one disable condition to our main label, which currently says story node. So all we want to do is check to see if condition on, and where's my interface turned on, the name of this field, and we want it to be scripting ID of this field. So that would be field.name, field.this.name. There's two of these. There's display name, I believe. No, it's not display name. The title is the display name. You can have two different names. You can have the title, which is the display name, or just name, which is the scripting ID. It's a strange, kind of semi-confusing way that it's been named, but you want to see if the interface of this field is on. If it is, we want it to be enabled. So this is a weird one. The disabled return, we want it to, enabled is off. When you return a 0 for the this sentence is very confusing, so I'm gonna first put that here. This is the retrieve disabled, which if there's a 1, then it's considered to be disabled, and if there's a 0, it's considered to be enabled. It seems backwards, but it's not. Disabled is an on state and enabled is an off state, which that's kind of, I don't know if that's backwards or not, but it works, and it's the way I'm used to it at this point now. And 1 will be disabled, so put that here. So what we want it to see is if this interface field is on, enable it. If it's not, disable it. But what that's going to do, without another condition, once we enter the interface, I believe it's going to disable all the buttons right off the bat, and that's not what we want. We will need another condition to check to see if we're navigating the station. So they're all disabled right now. You can't actually do anything. So checking to see if the interface is on. First, not so great, but it's still a condition that we want to check. And so the other condition I think we want to check, it might have to be my navigation switch, which I didn't want to use, but when you click on the button, it should have a navigation button or a condition that you are actually heading into a submenu. And I don't actually think I have anything else set up in this menu that I could read to check that. So, because I can't really check to see if a field is active or not, but I can check, you know, the state of the button background if it's an active button. But it wouldn't check every single one. That's confusing to say, but once the collection is spawned, the same script is applied to each of them, and if each button is checking to see if its background button is active or green or whatever, it doesn't know that the other buttons aren't active or green. It can only check itself, so I need a global state of some kind that I can check. once the button has been clicked on. And one way I can do that is to create a variable in this interface, and we'll just call it selected condition. And selected condition, or let's say selected area, or station area. Station area selected. We'll keep that empty because we want it to be nothing when you first enter the interface. And what we can do with that is when you click, we can actually get rid of this. Yeah, get rid of that. I want it to set that variable in this interface, area selected to field this dot name. Now here's an important distinction. If the background of these is ever black, that means it's treating it as a text value, a text string, and you will get this instead of the actual value you want. You have to actually click this button here, double click on value, and then you got to make sure the background is this light gray color, otherwise you won't get the right value. So it's going to check for the name of the field, put it into this area selected variable, and we'll go ahead and do that. And the first thing we want to do with that disabled thing is check whether that variable is empty or not. And that is a matter of selecting it from here, interface variable, this area selected. If it is equal to nothing. So if there's nothing there, we want the fields to be enabled. If there is something there, we want to check which interface is opened. But we can also check to see if the name of the field is equal to that in area selected. So there's multiple ways to do that. You can match the name of the field to the variable, or you can match the name of the interfaces that are on, I believe. This should do the trick, and I'm about to find out. I don't know that the backgrounds are updating correctly yet, but the foregrounds are, or the labels are. The labels are disabling while the backgrounds are staying black.
Docking.
So we have functional buttons, and now when we click on one, it disables all the rest. That's exactly what we want until we return, but then it gets rid of everything and nothing works right because we have to clear out that variable. So that's a fun one. Now, whenever we cancel from one of these interfaces, we need it to actually clear that variable. No. We need it to clear. Oh. Which one was the station buttons? I got so many interfaces now. Clear area selected back to 0 before it ever gets to anything else. And we're going to copy that. I'm actually going to give it commenting. Clear the selected area. You turd. Okay. I'll copy that. We'll come back into each of these because the cancel is going to need to clear out that value. I could probably put it in the station interface and limit the number that I have to copy paste. If I update the station and have that clear the variable, maybe that would work. But for now, I'm just going to stick them in here. I'll do some experimenting later and find out where I can and can't delete some of these extra pieces from. So 2 more. Station canceled or player canceled. We want to put that right in here. And then in the trading post, we want a station canceled trigger paste. Doop, doop, doop. Alright, so I do that sometimes too. Now when we test, when we cancel these or escape out of them, they shouldn't make all the buttons go invisible, but never know. I break things a lot.
Docking.
Trading post. Return. So I don't know why they're initially invisible. That's kind of weird to me. So it's not retrieving the backgrounds right at this point. So we'll go back to the buttons here, and I don't know why it's making it invisible, because it shouldn't be. There's nothing that turns it off. And if the field is disabled, I don't think I have the docking disabled button imported yet. That's why. Heh heh. You know? It's always one silly little thing. I don't know if I even made one yet. So we'll go back and check out our buttons. But it's going to be one of the long buttons, 208. By 32. There we are. Now we won't have invisible buttons. At the very least, we'll get our disabled button background. But I don't think I have enough update interface events set up to properly refresh the backgrounds of the buttons. So here we go. Docking.
Docking.
Station buttons. Perfect. And I'm still confused, so I might not have named something right here. Yep, docking button space. Disabled. Whew. 2 in the morning. Bugger. Let's see what's going on over here. Nothing at all. Alright, now they shouldn't go invisible this time. Instead, they update to disabled because I need to double update. That's a very strange one. If you set everything to update real time, it will likely work better. But what I want to do instead is, when I click on it, have it update the station buttons interface. And then when you cancel, that's going to be annoying. I have to go back through and repaste the update interface and all the cancel triggers. So let me test to make sure, at the very least, once you click on an area, it should disable the buttons like that, and that it does. And you go back, they're all disabled still. So what it needs to do is, each of these cancels, when you go back a menu, needs to update this menu again. So that's easy enough. What we'll do is go into each of these, into their canceled triggers, and it already updates the buttons, but we're going to want it to update a second time because it needs to refresh the backgrounds. And you don't always have to do this, but if you never use update real time, it does save a buttload of frame rate. especially if you have a bunch of things on the screen at once. It's not important if you only have a couple things, or if you have one or two update real time, but it does make a difference. So I like to keep it so I don't have to use it. And the way that you get around things not updating in real time is to use this update interface event. And sometimes the way that it works is it'll update the fields on your interface with the values that they're supposed to be handling or holding in that moment. So if you change the value, like let's say that a field is disabled, when you update it to become enabled, it's disabled at the time that the interface is updated. So the background or the button image, if it's checking to see if the label is disabled, it will see that the label is disabled when the interface is updated. So it'll stay disabled, but the label will update to being enabled. And the second time you check, or the second time you update the interface, the label will see, or the button graphic will see that the label is enabled. So it's kind of funky. You don't have to use it all the time, but sometimes in this case, especially with these kinds of things, with interface stuff, you might have to update it once or twice. And now I'm fully expecting to see the behavior that I want. Go to the trading post, everything's disabled, and you return, everything's back to being enabled again. And it works for each of these because they're all duplicates, but the problem is sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does not. So we've got to track down why. Why is it not working every single time? And that could be anything. That could be, it could be just, I might need a double update in the button press if I'm not already. So we'll update the buttons, and then we'll update the buttons a second time. And hopefully that fixes it, and I don't have to do anything else funky.
Docking.
Okay, now see, it works every time now. There's no oddities. I can actually click and escape, click, escape, click, escape, click, escape, click. Yeah, that's very functional. And there's going to be, I should actually include station navigation with arrow keys, which right now it's hovering, you can hover over, but also it would be nice to have a selector. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and make it a selector. This is just a little experiment. It doesn't have to have a selector, and I might not actually use a selector, but I'm going to copy that. It's not associated with anything, and we're going to call it navigation selector. Navigation. We'll call it navigation selector, make it blue. And since we want it to be the selector, we're going to put it between the label and the buttons. So it'll actually slide between the text labels and the backgrounds. And then we'll go here and we will set that to be our selector. We want it to go super fast. And technically, I kind of want to figure out a method of turning it on when you press the keys and removing it when you start hovering over things. So you can press up and down and it will show up, let you navigate through the interface buttons, and then if you just hover over it, the selector will go away and kind of return to the other behavior. Because the return button can actually get selected by this too, so I don't know if it's a good idea, but you can also restrict the movement of the selector to a certain distance. So if it's, you can actually have a variable count from, so this collection you see has 5 labels in it. story node, trading post, request board, lounge, shipyard. You can limit it so that once you've pressed a certain arrow key or navigated down 5 times, it will stop and won't move any further, and you can stop it from moving up. So you can actually restrict the movement of the selector to a certain spot, and it will never select the return button. But if you highlight the return button with your mouse, it will try to move the select button over there. But if you can turn off the selectable of the field, which will prevent the selector from moving to it, but you can't disable that from being selected, then you can't press it if it is disabled, or if it's not selectable, you can't click on it. So that was kind of a complicated series of sayings, but I don't actually think I'm going to use... I might actually have to. But then okay, so the way this would work, I'd have to make 2 separate menus, one for the return button and one for the navigation. But we'll just go ahead and try, see what this looks like. I can actually make it so that it retrieves the correct size selection sprite when it lands on return. I kind of don't want return to be selectable with the arrow keys, but it doesn't really matter. That might be okay. So I think that's inside the selector. Take that out for now. Bye-bye. And go back to test that.
Docking.
So we'll go. See that the selector will jump down here to the return button, and it's terrible. So what you'd want in this case would be the station return label to also be all the way in the front. All the labels will be in the front. All the other stuff will be in the back. Don't actually have shadows for the station buttons yet. I think they're only buttons so far right now, or at least right now, that have borders. They have these little slivery, thin borders. So we've got trading posts, back out. So right now, my pressed behavior isn't working. Neither is my... It is working, but it's because the selector is covering everything. So you'd want all that behavior in the selector at this point. So I could actually keep I could turn off the selector when it's not highlighting a field, or when the mouse isn't over a field, or when you move the arrow keys. So the behavior is mostly there, and what I want it to do also is to change to the right sprite when it's down here on return, because that's incorrect in a million ways. So that's interesting. What we can actually do is move the triggers for the yeah, I did a lot of unnecessary stuff too. Okay, so what this can do, you can change this to change the selector to well, actually I'd have to put in conditions. Oh no, I don't. That would change the selector to the docking button pressed. You know what? Fighting with myself on what I want to do with this. 'Cause if the mouse leaves, why can't I read that? I can actually have it change the selector instead of the navigation button. But I kind of want to keep that in there just in case. So I'll do this. Oh my gosh. I want it to change the selector, navigation selector. We're just going to add that behavior to the selector as well. so that it changes at least, and we can see what we're looking at. Because right now the selector is basically covering up the animation of our button presses and all that. So in our mouse touch enter, we'll have it change the selector to highlight. Oh wait, yeah. So that's what it should be. But on mouse touch leave, you kind of want the selector to turn invisible. So it sort of will. It'll turn back to normal, and we won't see the blue. So keep that. Add the selector so that it changes to highlighted. Just going to overcomplicate my script just a little bit. Mostly this is experimenting. And then we want it to be the active button. Hopefully the way I set this up, the selector stays in place, everything works nice and smooth. And we want the selector to become pressed. And we'll connect that here and connect that to this guy. Okay, so that should mostly do everything we want it to do. We're also going to have it change the selector to active here because that's what it's doing already in this activated trigger. So I kind of want to match that just in case. And now, with the selector on top of all of my buttons, it should still show like it's being pressed.
Docking.
So there's our press behavior. I'm going to drag the mouse off of it, and it goes away. There's no arrow key up and down at the moment. I want to see if I can, with the arrow keys up and down, it'll change the selector to blue. And then there's our last little issue. We've got to resize that. Or not even resize it. There's another sprite that I just need to change it to the blue highlighter sprite, so that when it is highlighting this guy here, the field will turn blue. And that's easy enough to do by going into this one's mouse touch enter. We want to change the navigation selector to a different button. We're actually going to change it to the button that it's using right here, UI station button highlight. So we want to find station button highlight, which isn't in this folder. I actually always forget where it is. There we are, station button highlight. And we'll just click that in there. Move back over here to mouse touch leave, and navigation selector, we want to basically be oh yeah, so this is the disabled. Why is that in mouse touch leave? I don't remember why I did it like that. I'm not gonna lie. So we'll change that to station button normal. And we'll just stick that in here. Okay, so I think that's all I need to do for that. I think. I'll also need a pressed. That's what I need. When you click on this as well, it's going to have to be station button pressed. And we'll just connect that here like we do the other ones. So when I do stuff like this, I like to leave them off to the side so I know what I'm adding, what I'm removing. Sometimes you don't have to do that. We'll go ahead and do that as well here, so that when you let go, it'll turn blue again if you're still hovered. And then when you activate it, it should actually do nothing. So it'll just close the menu. And we'll see how that works.
Docking.
Okay, so that works, that works, that works. That does not work. So the reason it's doing that is because the field or the selector is it's the size of these guys, but it's resizing the sprite. It's got the correct behavior that we want. It's doing what we want it to do. It's just too big. So whenever the field is highlighting this guy here, we want it to resize to the size of the station return button. So when mouse enters here, we're going to actually resize the selector. There we go. And we want it to be the size of field station return button size X. We'll copy paste that, change that to size Y. So this will make sure that it's the same size as the button there. Then the next step we want to do, instead of moving it or putting this somewhere else, we're going to put it in the leave button so that the selector is returned to its normal size, and its normal size is going to be the size of the station navigation button. So we want it to be navigation button dot size X, Control Alt, Control C, Control A, Control V. Change that X to a Y. And we don't really want any delay, and we'll just stick that at the very end of the chain. Leave that over here. We'll do the same thing. We come back over here, we'll change the duration to 0. I think that's probably important. And so we'll also mouse touch down. Don't actually think we have to change anything there because it'll resize when the mouse is in it, and when the mouse touches up, it doesn't matter. Okay, well, we'll test that and just see. I might have to add it in another couple places, but there we go. Docking.
Docking.
So, our return button. Aha. So, we don't want it to do that. But it does return it to its normal size here, and then returns to its normal size when we pull it out. So instead of doing that, we're going to go back in here, back into the leave, and we'll pull this out. Instead, we'll put that back in here and the other buttons into the enter field. So if the mouse enters, it will resize back to its normal size and do that before changing the sprite. And that should do the trick.
Docking.
There we go. We got clicking. turning, disabling. Basically, every one of these little sections is doing what we want, except these little substation buttons. They're all trying to find different interfaces that are incorrect. So I'll back out of that one. And return. Return goes right back to space.
Docking.
Cool. Okay, so now we have a selector in there. There's a bunch of events that we can remove, so that right now I've got duplicates of the selector and the background of the buttons are changing at the same time, but you can't see the buttons underneath the selector now because they're the exact same size and it's hiding them, but that's not important. All that matters is we've got the behaviors in there. I was considering having all of these available at the same time, but then you can't back out of these menus to get to the station, and if you escape from this one when all of these are available, it would just back out of the entire station, and I don't really want to I don't want to do that. I don't want to make it like that. So you go to the lounge, you have to leave the lounge, go to the request board, you have to leave the request board, etc. And they'll all have different things. So right now they're all changing this to trading post, and so what we want it to do instead, not this one. When you click on it, it's actually the activated one. When you activate the field, it's changing the name of the cam header, and instead we want it to do field this dot name. We want it to put the name of the field there, but we don't want it to do it exactly like that because it'll put all lowercase letters. So there's I believe somewhere in the use values in the text, I think there's a way to format it, but I could be wrong. So I want it to, that's what I want. There's a use value called uppercase, and we're just going to put our field this dot name right here. So it takes the name of this field and it's going to convert it into uppercase, all capital letters, and that's what we want to be placed here in this this little section. So whenever we change the area that we're in, it should update the station cam display, or the header. I don't know what to call it yet, but that should be the very last little detail. So trading post says trading post, and then it goes back to station cam. Request board shows us the request board. Lounge shows us the lounge. Shipyard now shows us shipyard. And story node currently shows story node. So the behaviors are all in place. It's functioning all the way up to submenu layer number 1, except that I shouldn't have. Oh my god. Why do I do this? Okay, so that's a couple layers of the station menu interactions. So these little buttons don't get removed either, apparently. So there's a couple things that get stuck in place if you don't go through each one and ensure that all of the names are matched up, all the interface layers are shut on and off the right places. So we'll go back in here.
Docking.
Exit out. It doesn't clear out the buttons because in a lot of cases I think it's actually just closing the trading post buttons when you cancel, because I copy and pasted a lot of this. So what it's doing here is turning on the station buttons, turning off the trading post buttons. We want this one to turn off the story node buttons, but there are no story node buttons yet. We want the shipyard to turn off the shipyard buttons. It's not going to be that. It's going to be shipyard buttons. And I'll condense all this down eventually into more friendly, less ridiculous scripts, I think. Trading request buttons off. And we want the lounge to turn the lounge buttons off instead of the trading post buttons. Control click, control click. And the trading post will turn the trading post buttons off. So, go back in here.
Docking.
And so, trading post
Docking.
buttons turn off now. Request board buttons
Docking.
turn off. No issues except for that. Why did it do
Docking.
that? So if
Docking.
you escape, it cancels them. If you click return, it does not. So there's something here that I'm doing wrong, and I'm not sure exactly yet. Is it should just be canceling an interface. Canceling the trading post, that's why. So instead of canceling the trading post, we want this to cancel the request board. And instead of canceling the trading post, we want this one to cancel the lounge. And then over here in the shipyard, instead of canceling the shipyard, or canceling the trading post, I'm going to change that to shipyard. So that's one thing. Duplicating stuff, you end up having to go through and change a bunch of stuff to reflect the interfaces and the actual names you want to use, or field names and stuff, but it's not too much work. It's not too bad. Sometimes you'll just forget about it, though, just like that. Alright, back into the station.
Docking.
We've got our working buttons, trading post, return, escape, no more
Docking.
buttons, request board, return, escape, no more buttons,
Docking.
lounge, return, escape, no buttons, floating
Docking.
in midair, and the shipyard. Ta-da, we fixed all of
Docking.
those issues. I believe that the story node is
Docking.
currently using the it's using the it's using the shipyard stuff, but that's okay. So essentially it's all working. Rumors, hiring, bounties, errands, bartering, markets. Right, then we can return to space. Boom. Okay, so there's a couple more errors in all of these buttons. They're all, whenever you mouse over any of these, there's the same behaviors. Now the issue with duplicating, no. The issue with duplicating also means that your associates are the same as they were in the previous. So you can duplicate the buttons and they'll all, oh my gosh, it's open. They'll all be associated with the buttons that they were associated with in the previous interface. So if you copy them over, they won't be. But as long as you duplicate, you won't have to reassociate everything. But there are a couple things like some of the scripts. I'm not using any scripts in these ones right now, but in the triggers for the label, I think in a couple cases they're checking barter buttons or whatnot. Like it's trying to change things that aren't on this interface. So it should be bounty button here. You can just change that to bounty button. Mouse touch up should change the bounty button, not the barter button. Bounty button. Turn the shadow back on. Mouse touch leave. It's changing something in the orbit menu, which is not what we want. We want it to change in the docking station hover menu. Docking station station hover. And we'll change not the barter button, but the bounty button. And not the barter button here, but the bounty button. This will check whether the field it's attached to is disabled, or whether this label is disabled. And our mouse touch enter. We do not want the docking orbit hover. We want the docking station hover. And this is where we will basically put our tooltips and stuff. So this will be something like pick up bounties for high value enemies. That's going to be temporary. And here we also got to change barter to bounty. That should be everything for the bounty button. Same deal with the errand button. It's all attached to his associates. It's just got a couple spaces where it's still using the old interface, the previous interface's name. So we want it to be errand button, and we want the touch up to be errand button, and in the leave we want the station hover, docking station station hover, and we want this to be errand button, errand button, and mouse touch enter. We'll change this back to the docking station. And one more. Change this guy to errand. Meanwhile, we have all these return buttons that are using the same name in each of these. I will be giving them unique names eventually. I don't know if I've properly set it up in such a way that it would make a difference. This return button, this return button, we want it to be docking station. And docking station. Turn to the central station hub. So, at the very least, the errand board button should be working, our request board. I might change it to the mission board. We'll see eventually.
Docking.
So then the request board. Return to the central station hub. Pick up various errands or tasks for credits. Pick up bounties for high-value enemies. Targets. Alright, so all that works. And then the trading post, I think we still have the same, everything set up the way it was in the trading post. Over here in the lounge, they're still broken, because we haven't fixed anything. This should be the quickest one to fix, so we'll do that one first. Change this return button. All of this is correct. On touch up, we want it to change the return button correct. Touch leave, not docking orbit, docking station. Everything else is correct. And we'll keep that the way it is. Okay, so that's the return button done. Now we'll go to the rumor button. We need it to be the rumor button now. Rumor button. The rumor button. The station orbit, docking station menu, station hover. Change that to the rumor button. Rumor. Change this one to the rumor button. Come on. There we go. Rumor button. And the very last one, we will set the tooltip of the docking station to pay to here, local tips and local rumors and adventuring tips. One more rumor button, and that will be it for that rumor button. Ta-ta-ta. Then we can go to the hiring button and do the same thing. It's basically just a repeat over and over and over until I've done all of these. So this one will be the hiring button. Hiring. Everything there is good. This will be the hiring button. Hiring. Hiring. We'll change this to the docking station station hover. This will also be a hiring button. Hiring. Hiring. I don't remember why I did any of this, so I'm going to go through a lot of these and change things eventually. I don't think I need some of that. Head to the crew recruitment terminal. Access the crew recruitment terminal. Oops, I need a period. To hire crew members. And that's everything for the lounge. And the trading post, I haven't actually set up mouse overs or anything yet. I don't believe. Head barter with shopkeepers, ammunition. That's why it wasn't changing, because I never set it to docking station. And I'll also have to do the same thing here. That's why I wasn't getting my mouse overs earlier. Docking market. I forgot to change the variable from the orbit interface to the station interface. Head to the trade market. Then when you leave, when your mouse leaves, set the docking station hover to nothing. So that's everything for the trading post. I don't think I have anything to do with the story node. I'll change the refueling stuff. Station hover to the repair bay to have the ship repaired for credits. I'll change all these tooltips eventually. And in some cases, I want to set up a bunch of these to be accessible from a collection, so I can change them over time. And this will be the repair button. So one way I could basically set up the values of all of my tooltips to access a collection, position in a collection, or entry in a collection. So I can change them in the collection. And that will be convenient, but I'm not going to do that right now. That would take some time out of my day. Docking station. Barter button. To repair button. Barter button. That's all one. Barter. To repair. Whoops. Repair button. And repair button. Now, the very last one, refuel. Change the market to refuel. I'll change market to refuel. Go back over here, change this to the station. Hover again, docking station, clear. Market button instead should be the refuel button. This should also be refuel. And lastly, change this one last series. Docking station. Access the refueling terminal. And refuel. There we go. Okay. So now the only place that should fire errors is the story node, and the story node buttons aren't currently important. So we'll go take a peek. Into the station we go.
Docking.
Now check the shipyard. Perfect. Except for that. So we go back to the shipyard. I think I forgot to change the return button in a couple of these. So I'll go check these out. I think it's in the enter and leave because they're all set to the wrong space station. They're set to the orbit station, or the orbit menu. The orbit menu. You should be set to the station menu. Station hover. I think that's everything. Clicking on it. Okay, yeah. So I'll go to the requests. Docking station. Docking station. The lounge. Thought I got them all, but sometimes you miss things. You never know. I didn't get the lounge. Return. Docking station. Docking station. And the trading post. I think that's the only one that I did get right. No, I'm just kidding. That's the one that wasn't working. Now, back to docking station, station hover, nothing. Okay. We should have all the behaviors that we want in all of those buttons now, I believe.
Docking.
Except for the highlight sound. And the highlight sound, that's an easy add. I won't deal with that right now. Story node is going to basically use the other menus buttons. Then we have all of our mouse overs working. Quest board. Pick up bounties. Task for credits. The lounge. Turn. Haha. The hiring button in the lounge is still messed up. So that's why we always check over and over and over and over. So we want this to be hiring button instead of market button. I think that's the very last. I think. I could be wrong. We'll see.
Docking.
Alright, so we'll try the shipyard first. That's okay, that's okay. We can click on all the buttons. They don't do anything yet. Hiring, rumor. So these all work. These all work. We've got all of these working. And the story node. So there's a little bit of funkiness in there earlier. Sometimes I have some issues nailing down exactly the order to update things and the order to disable and enable stuff. And sometimes you have to actually missing the disabling of the return button. So there's one little thing that I missed, and we'll need to go in here. No. either one, the selector or the button background. And we're going to want... Oh yeah, that's not retrieving the sprite. It's the button that is. So in this case, we're going to want this to check whether this is the disabled right now. Active. So this button's never going to be active, so we don't need that. It just needs to either be disabled, normal, or highlighted. So the associate, if ever the associate is disabled, disable the background. And the associate will be this return label, and we want that to be disabled as well whenever one of these other menus is active. So we're going to just copy paste this first, move over to the return label, jump into the disabled return or retrieve value area, drop this in here. So first, all we want to do is, if anything is selected, we want it, if anything is not selected, we want it to be enabled. If anything is selected, we want to disable it. So it doesn't actually matter if it's the same name as anything else, because we just want it to disable no matter what. So jumping back in here,
Docking.
as soon as we click on one of these, it disables correctly, and then it enables correctly. But we don't get the background correct. It's not updating the background to the disabled. So what I'm trying to see here, let me make sure. I think I'm using the wrong. No, I'm not. It needs. It also needs a retrieve sprite. Why is it not saved there? I thought I saved it there. So we want this one. I could have swore I put it in there. Field this associate is disabled. We want it to be disabled. I could have sworn. And this shouldn't be docking button. It should be station button. UI station button normal. And we'll see if that does the trick for us.
Docking.
There we go. There's one more thing, that whenever that's disabled, it's not losing its shadow. So that's another little thing. I think that's because I didn't turn off the shadow here. Disable. Yeah. So you don't want a shadow when it's disabled. So that's it. That's everything for that first layer of submenus. Gone ahead and implemented the disabling of the buttons, the spawning the collection, and even more interesting, you could spawn a collection from a list like stored inside a variable. So I could have an interface variable called station buttons, and inside that it could be story node, trading post, request board. I'll stretch this out just a little bit. Lounge and shipyard. And this could be reconstructed in any number of ways. You just fill it up with the name of the node plus all of these, and then you use the built-in split into collection use value to separate this into a big list. So you'd end up with one element after another, and you can actually do it this way. And I'll show you how to do that really quickly. probably jump off here in a little bit, but I'm going to try this for you really quick. If we go back into the docking station, let's say we give this station buttons value, and we'll fill it right now with story node. I can't remember all the things. Trading post, request board, lounge, and shipyard. So right there we've got this list, and what I can actually do here is go into my buttons, and the story node label, the label base that's spawning this collection station labels, you can actually do this interesting little thing, split into collection, and we're going to want to split the interface variable that we just made, and that's going to be in our docking station buttons. So inside station buttons is this list that I just made, all separated by semicolons. And I'll put a semicolon right here because the delimiter is what separates each element in the list. So this should actually provide the exact same result. When we enter the station, you should see this list appear. Go ahead and jump in the station.
Docking.
And there's our collection being spawned from an interface variable instead of an actual collection. And you can tell that this is the way it's working because I can clear all these out. Now there's nothing. If you go back into it,
Docking.
these are all from the collection. But the reason that's staying blue right now is because inside all of inside the code for this, or one of the scripts, is it's checking for the collection contains value, which at the moment, what I want it to do, I believe it's collection label or navigation label. Collection contains. What we want to do here instead is swap that out with split into collection. Use the semicolon again, and we'll pick that same interface variable from the docking station buttons, docking station, split by a semicolon, and if that contains the field this name. So that's all we had to do to fix those, I believe. And jump back in here. Go back to the station.
Docking.
And we've got our behavior back. So that's all the way that it's supposed to work. And it's all coming from, I'll show you again. Clear these out. I can change that down to 1, get rid of that. So that collection is effectively empty, and we're still pulling all the information from the variable. And that's an interesting way to do things too, because you can go into the interface for the station, and there's your variable right here, and just pull stuff out. You redock.
Docking.
Oh, it reset. Oops. So let's get rid of the shipyard. I think it has to refresh when I go into one of these. Oh, well, that's not going to work right. So it's trying to refresh a button that isn't refreshable. I broke a lot of things. Well, I thought I could change it in real time, but I don't believe I can. But what you can do is, I believe you can change the values that are stored in that interface variable. So these broke, and everything broke, and it's a big mess because everything's nested inside each other. And so we don't want to do that. But before you enter the interface, let's say you go into the docking station kinda don't want it to do that. But before you enter it, let me actually check to see if I can do this. Docking station. We're going to get rid of the story node, and then we're going to dock.
Docking.
So as long as that value is changed before you enter the station, like it'll update and read that current value that's being held in the interface, which got scooted up here. But so when you leave the station and you change something about the value of that interface variable, so dock at a different station that only has a request board and a lounge, you actually only get the request board in the lounge. And the way these will work is they'll only trigger the interface that matches the name on the buttons. So that's great. The harder part is having story areas will each want an interface that is uniquely named to story node. So I'm going to have to update that to check that if it's anything but those 5 labels, the ones that are stored in the condition, and then one called story node. Story node will have to name itself different, and there will have to be an interface called story node, just like this. But everything about story node will change when you enter it. So the backgrounds will be different every time. I mean, I'll have some different kinds of images for these different backgrounds as well. But when you enter the story node, the behavior of the interior will have to act different. I'll have to check if this button is named story node, where am I and what should I display instead. So that will all be separately implemented, and I'll get to that next time I jump on. I'm going to take a break for a bit. Thank you guys for checking out the videos. If you guys are watching while I'm streaming, or if you guys are watching while I'm not, I'll be back on probably here in a little bit, and definitely again tomorrow night. And remember, if you guys are interested in anything that I do, you can go to screamingbrainstudios.com. There's a whole bunch of free stuff. There's a whole bunch of tools, tutorials, links to things. You can become a patron for $1. It's very cheap. I don't really expect anybody to join, but if you subscribe for $1, you'll get behind-the-scenes stuff. There's a special thanks that you get in all of the graphics packs, and I've got a whole big giant pack of patron-only exclusive assets that you can get from joining. There's some texture collections and over 1,000 tiles and tile sets and little pieces and experiments from the vaults, but you don't have to. Just let me know that my stuff is helping you out, and that's really all I'm here for. Thank you guys.